Super happy to see you all, and I know that some of you are watching it early in the morning, which is, I mean, it's amazing, guys. And someone else joined. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm super happy to see you all, and I'm really happy about your enthusiasm about our feelings. And yeah, I think feelings are very important because yeah, your chocolates can look awesome and great on the outside, but it's very important so they will be also tasting nicely. And what's nice about double fillings or like fillings with two or more layers is that it gives you a chance to work with one taste and to make one taste, like for instance take like cherry, for instance, and you can put cherry in different textures, and in a different, it can be cherry jello, what we'll be doing today, and then cherry ganache, and it allows us when we are tasting chocolate to have the same product but in two different taste experience, because different textures and different ways of cooking will give a little bit different taste experience. And also, of course, double fillings allow us to work with two different tastes, to combine them, which we're also going to be doing today. And yeah, and what's going to be a structure of our class today? I will start first I will present equipment, and equipment that we need for today is, yeah, it's really small. So what we need is basically an oven that we will be using to warm up our ganache, and then immersion blender. It's something that you definitely need when you're preparing your fillings and doing ganache. And I have Bamix, so but any kind of immersion blender will work. And yeah, spatulas and some pastry bags, and it's basically what we will need today. How long is the class? I think I'm planning to have 4 hours. Maybe it will be a bit shorter. I hope so. So I already prepared a lot of things, so we will not waste a lot of our time on measuring things. So I think we will do it in 4 hours. Yeah. I'm not planning any big breaks, but after we will prepare our fillings, I will be tempering the chocolate, so it's going to be a time when you can have some break. But I'm going to be online all the time, and yeah, that's how it goes. So first, we are gonna start with preparing our fillings, and because they all need the time to settle, to crystallize, and of course during the class we don't have enough of time, and I'm going to be talking about it later, but I'm going to do it through the fridge now, but still we're going to need a little bit of time. So after I'm finished with the fillings and we will pipe them into our chocolates, we will have a time for theory. And theory, I'm going to talk about sugars, about flavor combinations, about what chocolate can you use with different tastes. Yeah, so all the questions about sugars and maybe some questions about recipes, we can talk about it after we will make all the fillings. Yes, so let's get started with the cooking. We are starting with bottom layer when we pipe it out, it's a bottom layer, but of course when chocolate is ready, it's top layer. So we will start with a lime jello for lime and basil filling. And I'm not going to be doing fillings exactly how you have them in your recipes, but I'm going to be telling which filling for which chocolate I'm doing right now. Okay, let's start. I'm gonna move the camera down so you can see everything. Yes. For lime and basil, we have here, I have lime juice. It's It's a basically, you can squeeze a fresh lime, and here is your juice, and it's mixed with the water. It's mixed with the water because lime is very intense in its taste, and we are going to be also heating it to 105 degrees, so some of the water is going to vaporize. That's why we need a little bit of extra water here. Yes, and now I'm starting to warm it up as you have it in recipe for 105. For 40 degrees, we are going to warm it up, and then we are going to add mixture of sugar and yellow pectin. And why we are using pectin here? Well, pectin is natural ingredient that is present in fruits, but here we have it as a powder, and I'm mixing it with the sugar. So pectin will allow us to jellify our lime jello. We need to mix it with the sugar before we will add it into our lime and water, because pectin has really tiny particles, and if you want to mix it with the sugar, you will risk that it will go into some kind of clumps in your lime, so it won't be it won't be possible to spread it evenly. So that's why we are mixing it with the sugar and starting to warm up our lime with water just a little bit. About pectin, here I'm using yellow pectin, but you can also use NH. Difference between them that you can reheat NH pectin and you cannot reheat yellow pectin. But here we won't be reheating it, our mixture. That's why it's not a problem to use yellow here. Oh, wait a second. It's not working. Okay. Can we use agar-agar instead of pectin? We can use agar-agar instead of pectin. Difference will be in the texture of your jello. With agar, it's going to be more compact. When with pectin, it's going to be more waterish, I would say. I never use agar-agar. I'm really happy using pectin, and it works very well for me. Pectin, you can use both in compote when you're doing mousse cakes, and also I'm using pectin in all of my fillings for chocolates. Okay, it's warming up slowly. And whenever, well, here I have infrared thermometer, which is absolutely amazing when you're working with the chocolate, because you can measure temperatures without touching the surface, which is very useful. But when you're making jello, when you're boiling something, you need to use just a regular kitchen thermometer, because infrared thermometer is actually measures surface, so it will be measuring steam that is coming from your saucepan. So that's why you need to use just a regular thermometer to know exactly what degrees are you working with. So now it's our mixture is warmed up a little bit. That's why I'm starting to slowly pour sugar while mixing. And you don't need to mix it like super fast and all the time. You just need to mix it while you're cooking to make sure that your pectin with the sugar will be completely melted and will be evenly spread throughout our mixture. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. No, you cannot record the class. I'm recording it, but I'm gonna send you a recording afterwards, so you will all receive it. About difference in yellow and age pectin. Well, I never heard of any difference in its strength. I know that in yellow pectin, there is pectin that works with a less amount of sugar and with a more amount of sugar. So there are different pectins in yellow pectins, but I think the only difference between yellow and pectin and age is that one you can reheat and other one you cannot. Okay, so we are gonna leave it and wait until it's gonna start boiling. Yeah. So usually it takes a little bit of time before it's ready, and yeah, and meanwhile I'm gonna talk about basil basil ganache for this lime and basil chocolate. And we have a question, and what is the ratio of pectin and sugar? I cannot say ratio, exact ratio right now. I will have to look at my recipes. But it goes differently for different ingredients, because to pectin to work we need sourness in our liquids that we are using. So for instance, lime has a lot of sourness. That's why we can use less sugar and we can use a little bit less of pectin. If, for instance, we want to make strawberry marmalade or strawberry jello, then it means that you will have to use twice amount of sugars that you have your strawberry puree. Is pectin called melanin? Um, yeah, yeah, melanin. Yeah, I saw it here in Denmark in supermarkets. You can find pectin, and it's called melanin. But I think I'm not sure that I never use it. I think it's melanin is something that you use for making marmalade. So it might be yellow pectin, but I'm not sure what's exactly. But in any professional store, you can find professional pastry store. You can find pectin. It's yeah, everyone is using it, so it's not hard to get. How do you know how much pectin to add in every recipe? Well, it depends. It depends on. Um, as I told, if you're working with sour liquids, then you need to add less pectin, and it also depends how tough you want your end product to be. So we are doing this jello today, and I know that my jello is going to be very watery and not very stiff. That's why I add not a lot of pectin, just a couple of grams. But if you're doing marmalade or marmalade for enrobed chocolates, and you know that it needs to be really stiff, and so you will be able to cut it, then you need to add first more pectin, and then you need to boil it to higher temperatures. Okay, so our jello is already boiling. Hmm? Huh? Okay, now we have 103. It's already boiling. It has amazing smell coming. It's such an intense lime smell. And it's going to be ready very, very soon. And I'm going to cool it down quickly. And for that, I'm going to use just a silicone mat. When you're going to be piping this jello into your chocolates, ratio will be, I would say, 1/3 of our chocolate is going to be a jello, and 2/3 is going to be basil ganache. But if you want to make your chocolate to have more lime taste to it, you can add half of the amount. It will be lime jello, and half it's going to be basil ganache. Or if you want to be basil as a dominant taste, you can add just 1 drop of lime jello, and then you're going to be just you're going to have just a small first bite. You're going to have a taste of lime, and then you're going to have a thick aftertaste of basil. And one more thing, whenever you're doing double fillings, make sure always use molds with a large cavities, at least 10 grams per cavity, because if you're going to be using a very small shallow mold, then you risk it's not going to be enough of space for you to really allow each stage that you're using to fully open. Because just a little bit of two tastes will not allow you to taste full spectrum of the this feelings that you're using. So use deep molds, and yeah, this classical chocolate world 1433 mold is excellent for double fillings, because yeah, it's pretty large. It's 10-11 grams per cavity, so it's a lot of taste you can put in there. Yeah, and while we're waiting, I'm gonna talk about why Jello is top part of our chocolate. Well, basically because any taste that you're using in liquid form, and you're doing a Jello or reduction, it's gonna be a most intense taste. So you cannot make ganache as intense as you can make a jello. So first bite that we are making a bite from our chocolate, and first we will feel is this liquid feeling. So liquid feeling is the most intense. That's why we want it on the top. So it will allow us to have this taste bomb to begin with, and then ganache will give an aftertaste to our chocolate. And of course, and second thing is it will be very challenging to close our chocolates with chocolates to cap them if we're going to have a jello layer as a base layer or bottom layer when we are just piping it. Because it's never going to be as stable as ganache. So your chocolate will be just dripping down, and it will be very hard to close it without any holes in it. So this is two main reasons why we are using Jello as a top layer in a ready-made chocolate. Okay. We have a question. What is the temperature of the mixture now? Because it is boiling for a while. It's 104 degrees now, and yeah, it's boiling for quite a while because it's not a lot of sugar here. So we have, what do we have? We have 75 grams of liquid and just 50 grams of sugar. And of course, temperature is going to be raising when sugar will start caramelizing. It will allow temperature to grow beyond our boiling temperature, 100 degrees. So we need to wait while our water will evaporate, and it will make our mixture to go to higher degrees. So it's 104 right now, and it's always going that long. If you will have, like, for instance, 50 grams of liquid and 100 grams of sugar, it will be faster to get it to high temperatures. Like, for instance, let's take caramel. Caramel is it's becoming 190 degrees pretty fast because there is just sugar, or most of the sugar there. Yeah, so it's 104 now, and I think it's gonna be ready very, very soon. Yeah, so that's why all the liquid fillings we put in the bottom of our chocolates, and when we pipe it out, and of course when I'm gonna be ready chocolate, it's gonna be on top. So okay, it's ready now. 105, and I'm just gonna pour it on silicone. Mm-hmm. Yes, and I will just give it a couple of minutes so it can cool down and start to jellify. But as you can see already, well, maybe it's it's hard for you to see, but it's already, yeah, it's already jellified. So because we don't add any citric acid here, just because our lime is sour and has a lot of pectin in it already. That's why it's really hard to make it to jellify it even without adding a lot of sugar. So as you can see, it's already jellified. So amount of fillings that I'm doing today, is less than you have in your recipes. In your recipes for all ganache, you have 100, or you have 1 kilo, just because it's easier to calculate. It will be easier for you to recalculate it according to how much you need. So you basically need to know what is the weight of fillings that you use that is going into each cavity of your mold, and then and then multiple it into amount of cavities that you're going to fill in, and you're going to have your amount. Okay, so temperature is going down pretty quickly because I have here a stone plate, and of course stone plate is cold, and that's why it allows me to cool it down on it very, very quickly. Okay, and we need to cool it down to our piping temperature, which is 28, 29 degrees. Okay, I will transfer it. I'm going to just put it aside to let it cool down a bit more. And meanwhile, we are going to put our next filling to start boiling. It's a cherry jello we have here. Okay. Cherry. For cherry, we're going to need sour cherry puree, the same sugar and pectin that we are going to mix together, and the mixture of lemon acid. Mixture of like lemon acid solution, water and lemon acid. We need to help our pectin to work, because sour cherry doesn't have as much amount of pectin in it as our lime or any oranges or apples has. That's why we need to help it out by adding some extra sourness to it. Okay, and we have a question. Can we freeze the jello, and for how long it could be in a freezer? I haven't tried to freeze jello alone. You can, it's very stable, so you can actually keep it in the fridge if you will pack it tightly without any air coming in. You can just keep it in your fridge. I would say for months or so, you can keep it in your fridge. I didn't try freezing it. It's really to do this jello, so it's really easy to do it. So I don't know why would you freeze it. I don't think it's a good idea to freeze it. And one more question: if you make more ganache than you need, is it possible to store it and reuse in the future in a day or two? Okay. So shelf life of our ganache. Shelf life of our ganache is starting when you make it. So you can keep it in the fridge, but you need to understand that if you will keep it in the fridge, then you will need to reheat it. If you will do it really, really gently through small impulses in your microwave and not heat it to 50 degrees, but just to heat it to 30, 31, then yeah, it's possible. But you also need to understand that we are risking, if you're reheating our ganache, we are risking it to have some extra condensed water on top of it, or you are risking to lose some moisture from it when you're reheating it. It's a risk, and you can do it, but you need to understand if you're reheating your ganache and storing it by itself in the fridge, then you're compromising your shelf life. And I think better solution will be just to have some extra chocolate shells ready made, and then if you have some leftover ganache, just to pipe it in your chocolates, and your chocolates you can store, you can freeze them. I think it will be better, or you can reheat it, but you need to understand that your shelf life will be already compromised, and it will be hard to predict what the shelf life is going to be exactly. Lemon acid is a citric acid. Yes. Lemon acid is a citric acid, just the small crystals. You can buy it. It's in the form of small crystals, and I can even show it to you. Yeah, just the small white crystals, and you dissolve it in the water. And the ratio is 1:1. Okay, so here we have our cherry puree. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are starting to warm it up a little bit, just to make sure that it's not cold. And after we are adding, now we are mixing pectin with the sugar, so it's evenly distributed. And yeah, once our cherry is a little bit warmed up, we are adding sugar with pectin, the same as we did in our previous lime jello recipe. And we boil it for 2 minutes, or 2 minutes is going to be approximately 103 degrees. So once again, this cherry jello will be also not stiff. It's going to be very, very watery and has a very, very light structure once it's ready. If you want it to be more tough, you can boil it to higher degrees. You can boil it longer. And after we warm it up, we're going to add our lemon acid, our citric acid solution to help our pectin to work. Here we go. So it's already warmed up, and I'm slowly starting to put make sure that it's distributed very evenly in your jello. Okay. So we will leave it to start boiling, and we are gonna get back to our lime jello. And lime jello, as you can see, it's already jellified, and let's just check the temperature. Well, it's 23 degrees right now. Well, with the jellos, it's not dangerous if you will put it to lower temperatures than your piping temperature. Yeah, because unlike ganache, it won't crystallize or anything, so there is no danger of it becoming too stiff, so it will be impossible to pipe it. So what we are doing now is we are transferring it into piping bag. And meanwhile, we are storing our cherry. Once again, when you will first do jellos and pipe it out, you will understand how much of it do you actually want in your chocolate, and then it will be easier for you to decide how much to cook next time. So lime is ready to be piped out. Okay, our cherry here, let me just move it here. Our cherry here is starting to boil. So we're gonna just give it 2 minutes. And cherry is more thick in its texture than the lime, so so you need to store it a bit more often than you will need it with a lime. Okay, it's already boiling, and that's why 2 minutes. And I'm gonna just put a thermometer to double check what the temperature is going to be. Did you make this cherry puree? Yes, this cherry puree I actually made myself. I had some frozen cherries that I pureed with the immersion blender, and then I sieve it through the siever to make sure that I won't have cherry particles of cherry skin in the jello. I was actually lucky to get this frozen sour cherry, because I don't know, it's it's a little bit of mystery to me. In Denmark, frozen cherries, sour cherries, I cannot find them anywhere. It's such a nice and basic. Okay, it's such a nice and basic product, and you can use it in so many pastry, and you can even make it sauce for duck, for instance, or for meat. But it's in Denmark, it's almost impossible to find it. I got it by accident, but usually I need to buy ready-made cherry puree. Okay, it's been 2 minutes, and our temperature is 103, 102, 103. So we take it off the heat. And now we need to add our citric acid solution. And stir it. Okay, and now we are doing the same. We are just pouring it on the piece of silicone. Okay, and putting it aside to let it to gellify. And now I will start piping our lime jello into mold, and I need to bring it, so just 1 second. So for basil and lime, I'm using mold chocolate world number 1926. It's pretty deep, and also shell for this chocolate is made from a white chocolate. I'm not a fan of white chocolate shells, but with this taste, it goes nicely. So it is white. So now I'm going to pipe it out, and we have, we have a question. A frozen puree often have sugar in them, which may affect the pectin sugar ration. Yeah, it's actually a very good question, and you're absolutely right. If you're using a ready-made puree, you need to calculate how much sugar is already in there. And it means that the sugars that you already have in puree, you need to exclude this amount from your recipe. It goes the same with lime juice. Lime juice, you can buy it as a lime puree, ready-made. And then also if there is any sugar already in there, you need to exclude the sugar from your recipe. Okay. So now we will pipe out our lime. So I'm pumping out just, a little bit. Okay, so, just a second. But as I told before, it's up to you how much jello you want in your chocolate. Just just to make sure that it's not going to be just jello, because this jello it's not going to be stiff anyway, so it will be challenging to cap your chocolates if you're going to have just this jello. But well, actually I'm not a fan of chocolate with just a jello or marmalade inside. I think they still need ganache in it. All right. So one more thing about temperature of jello. So if you will use jello at a temperature like 28, 29 degrees, it's going to be more liquid. So you're going to have just an even layer. Whenever you're using your jello at a lower temperatures, like we had right now, 22, 23 degrees, it's already more stiff. So it will allow us to create, to create a small, kind of figure in it. So it will sit, it will not be distributed evenly. So it will sit like a small, like a small pearl inside. So whenever you cut your chocolate, it's gonna look very nice, just a pearl of jello on the top of chocolate. I really like this effect. Okay, and we need to put it aside to make sure that our jello will stabilize a little bit. And don't put it in the fridge. because we are risking, of course, the condensed water being on top. Just put it aside. Your working room temperature, and your working room temperature whenever you're working with the chocolate is supposed to be 18, 20 degrees. So it's also a nice temperature for our jello to be stabilized. So I'm putting it aside. And get into our raspberry cherry. Let's see if we have any questions. For the jello, do you ever use a different sugar, or do you always just a sucrose? No, it's just a sucrose I use every time. If you will, yeah, you can use add a little bit of sorbitol to make sure that yeah, just to extend your shelf life of your jello. And about sugars we are going to talk we're going to talk a little bit later, as I promised you. But I use just a sucrose. Jello is very stable, so there is no risk of it crystallizing or having a mold inside. Yeah. Would piping jello at well, 30 degrees no, because well, I have my white chocolate shells, and 30 degrees, yeah, well, maybe with the white chocolate 30 degrees it's a bit high. So usual piping temperature is 28, 29 degrees. With white chocolate shells you can even go down to 27 degrees. But if you're using shells made from a dark chocolate, 30 degrees won't do any harm to it. So here we have our jello. So as you can see, it's very cherry jello is very jellified by now. If you're doing a lot of jello, you can process it with immersion blender, but as we have just a little bit of it, I'm just gonna move it around with a spatula, so it won't be that stiff. Okay, and now we're just transferring it into pastry bag and piping it out to our mold. For this recipe, cherry and dark chocolate, I'm using shells made from dark chocolate. Well, today I made shells from 3 different chocolates, and for basil and lime, it's it's a white chocolate shells. For coffee and almond, it's milk chocolate, and for cherry and raspberry, it's a dark chocolate. Why I decided so? Well, simply because ganaches in this chocolate are based on the same chocolate. So coffee and almond has a milk chocolate inside in ganache. So I was thinking that making shell of the same type of chocolate will give more smooth taste to it. But if you will make all of your chocolate shells on a dark chocolate, like for instance, I'm using Callebaut 811 all the time for shells, and it's very neutral in its taste. It's nice. It's dark chocolate. It's crispy, and yeah, and it's very balanced. So if you're gonna make your shells just from like for instance Callebaut 811, it won't hurt the taste at all. I haven't checked the temperature, but I'm pretty sure it's fine. Let me just, yeah, it's already 23 degrees. So once again, it will form like a little pearl in our chocolate. And for this one, I'm using chocolate Verot mold 1002. yeah, 1002, and it's also pretty deep, so we won't have problem with having too less of our fillings. So again, 1/3 approximately of your cavity capacity, but yeah, try it for yourself and you see what the ratio would you like between jello and ganache. Yeah. Now the same, we're just putting it aside. And we have a question: is the jello temperature under 29 still okay to use it in a shell? Yes, yes, it's fine to use jello at a colder temperature, because this jello, as we talked before, it's never gonna be as stiff as like, for instance, marmalade for enrolled chocolates. So it will stay very soft in its texture. So it means that it's possible to pipe it out. Even if you're gonna be storing this jello in your fridge, when you take it out from the fridge, it will be still possible to pipe it out. It will never get stiff. So don't stress around about the jello temperature. It doesn't matter at all. Just make sure that it's not hot, and it's not gonna melt your chocolate shells. Okay. Moving. We need to catch up a little bit. Next one is basil ganache for lime and basil filling. So here I have mixture of cream and all the sugars that we are using, and I also have a fresh basil leaves inside. And I'm just gonna put it and bring it to a boil. And here I have Callebaut velvet chocolate. Okay. So it is called infused ganache, because what we are doing here, we're infusing our cream with basil. And some of the infused ganache, you need to bring it to the boils and cover with a plastic wrap tightly and let it sit for 30 minutes or hour or so. But basil is very, very intense in its state, so we don't have to do it here. If you want, of course, you can do it. You can leave it to infuse, covered for 30 minutes, 1 hour. Then you need to drain it from a basil. And then warm up your cream once again to be able to use it with the chocolate. So this is definitely an option, but yeah, basil is very, very strong in its taste, so it's absolutely not necessary. And here I have, as I told you, Callebaut velvet, and I also have cocoa butter here, as it's in your recipe. Okay, we don't have any questions for now, so let's continue. I start feeling the smell. Well, lime and basil, it's definitely not a chocolate, probably for everyone. It is still a special, it's a special taste, but for me, it's one of my absolutely favorite ones. It has a first taste that you can feel is a very bright taste of lime, and then you start feeling basil, and then basil will leave aftertaste. Not too strong, so it's not like you were just eating caprese salad or something like that. But you will have this very nice soft basil aftertaste. And whenever, well, who tried it, who tried it, people just hate it or love it. So it's like nothing in between, or I want to have more of it, or like I never don't want to have it at all. So matter of taste. Why do you have cocoa butter with a white chocolate? I have cocoa butter with a white chocolate because I want my ganache to be a little bit more solid while it's going to be crystallized. I don't want it to be too soft. It's going to be soft anyway because it's on a white chocolate, and white chocolate, as you know, has a very low percentage of cocoa butter in it. So I want it to be a bit more hard in its texture. That's why I'm adding a little bit extra. What flavors are the best sellers? I think best sellers are always very regular. So now we have it boiling, and I'm going to switch it off. And I'm going to answer your question just in a second. I need the strainer. So now we have a sieve here, and through the sieve we are pouring it over the chocolate with cocoa butter. Why we cannot leave basil inside? Because then it will compromise our shelf life greatly. And ganache, chocolate with a ganache that you're gonna leave your leaves of basil inside, it's not gonna last for a really long time, maybe just a week or so. But we have everything what we basically wanted from our basil. It's the taste and the smell. So now we have it in our cream, so we can throw it out. We don't need it anymore. All right. And now we're going to just let it sit for a couple of minutes. So our chocolate will start melting a little bit, and then we're going to use our immersion blender to make smooth mixture out of it. And back to your question, what flavors are best sellers? Well, people tend to incline towards classical taste. So whenever you offer coffee, nuts, hazelnut, almonds, people like it, and then the rest, people need to try it. So for instance, lemon, chocolate with lemon filling. It might be something that regular person will not order or buy, but whenever you try it, the person might be like, oh my God, I really love this taste. And it happened quite a bit of times. So regardless of ordering or purchasing, people tend to buy classical taste. So once again, it's nuts, it's coffee, it's just dark chocolate. Of course, it's something with caramel, nougat, alcohol fillings are also pretty popular. When I'm talking to some chefs are actually more inclined towards some more sour taste or something more special. But your everyday customer will be mostly inclined towards very known and typical tastes. But once they tried something interesting, something unusual, like marshmallows that we are going to be doing today, once they tried it, they will most likely be very surprised by it, pleasantly surprised, because, oh God, I never tried anything like it. It's amazing. Or any crunchy layer, or of course chocolates with double fillings. It can be a very nice discovery for your clients. Okay, let me. I thought sorbitol is used only to speed sugar caramelization. What is the need in this recipe? Sorbitol has nothing to do with the speed of sugar caramelization. Sorbitol is sugar that helps us to extend our shelf life, and we are going to talk about it later. As I told you, we're going to talk about sugars after we will finish with our recipes. Could you provide the amount of ingredients you used for today's video? I like the fact it is just enough for piping 1 mold. Yes. Well, you need to understand that it's just enough to pipe mold that I'm using. If you're using exactly the same mold, of course I'm going to just provide you amounts, and I will read up on it later. But now let's continue cooking. Okay, so we have immersion blender. We have our white chocolate, cocoa butter, and infused cream here, and we are starting to mix it. Okay, also here when you are making an emulsion for your ganache, try to avoid bubbles. We don't want any bubbles in our fillings because it will compromise your shelf life as well. Oh, of course, you cannot completely avoid some small bubbles, but yeah, try to avoid it. And we need our temperature. It's 41 now, and now what we are doing now, we will temper or pre-crystallize our ganache. Why we need to do it? Well, a couple of reasons. First reason is that we're gonna have our ganache ready very quickly, and without it risking that it's going to be getting crystallized somewhere and getting warm on one part and tough on other part. So we will have it now cold, like cool down, and still liquid. And one more upside to tempering your fillings. It's very simple. You have chocolate inside. You have cocoa butter in your ganache. So what we do with chocolate and cocoa butter, we temper it to get the right crystal structure. So we are tempering now, we are cooling it down on a stone table, and I'm using plastic wrap because it's going to be easier to collect it. So we are going to temper it now, get the right correct crystal structure, and it will help us to make sure that our ganache will be crystallized correctly in our chocolates, and also that it's not going to be melting or we don't have any disruption inside the chocolate, because if your cocoa butter is not pre-crystallized and doesn't have correct crystal structure, it means that you will put your chocolates on a 20 degrees, and 20 degrees it's already temperature when some crystals of cocoa butter are starting to melt, and they will start melting while you're serving your chocolates or throughout the delivery. And your chocolate, of course, it won't be like just just melted completely. No, it will stay, but inside melting process will already start. So yeah, it's upside to tempering your absolute upside to tempering your ganache. So I'm just cooling it down to 27 degrees. As you can see, it literally takes a minute to do it, and it's already ready to be piped. And that's why I need plastic bag. And I'm gonna just take gloves. Is it a special hand mixer for ganache, or any home mixer will work fine? Any hand mixer will work fine. It's a little bit special in a sense that it's built in a way that it doesn't have like a cap around it, edges around it. It's all what Bamixes look like, and it's perfect because it's allow you to avoid bubbles, and it's perfect for mixing mirror glaze and also for ganache. And Bamix, well, I'm not promoting here, but it has excellent quality. You can even mix your praline with it, so it's really strong, and it lasts forever. I saw once I saw ad, and it was Bamix blender for sale, and this Bamix blender was 50 years old. So can you imagine that the quality must be really excellent if it can last for 50 years. Okay. Yes, Bamix, correct. Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, our ganache is ready, and now I'm gonna just help the bubbles to escape. And now we are piping it out. So on top of the lime jello, which already had a chance to be stabilized, as you can see, untouch it, and yeah, nothing is happening to it. So it is sitting there nicely. It means that we can pipe out ganache without risking it mixing with the jello. It won't mix. Of course, we are now piping in our ganache, and we are leaving 2 millimeters on the edge. Oops, on the edge of our chocolate, so we will be able to cap it. So, as any white chocolate-based ganache, it's very, very liquid, and it's gonna be, when it's gonna be set, you will also see that it will remain quite soft compared to other ganaches, like compared to dark chocolate ganache. Of course, it will always remain soft. But by adding cocoa butter, we improve the texture a little bit. Well, I personally don't like when ganache is too soft. I like when it's you're biting through something a bit tougher. But it's also a matter of taste. But in this recipe, you cannot exclude cocoa butter because this recipe is calculated according to correct ganache proportions. So by excluding any ingredient here, you of course change in the proportions, and it will result in changing shelf life as well as texture and taste qualities. Okay, done. And we are moving to next. And unfortunately, I will not have enough of ganache ready to fill all of them. I think so, at least. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Last one. Okay, well, almost. Now we will tap it to also help our bubbles to escape. And what we are doing now we need to put it in your storage room or place that you're using, some place where your temperature is below 18 degrees. Well, preferably 14 degrees, but yeah, 16, 17 will also work. And you need to, once you piped your ganache, you need to place it in your storage without any excess of moisture get into it, and let it sit for 12 hours to crystallize. Yeah, after your ganache is crystallized, you can start capping it. Of course, today we are not able to do that, so I'm just gonna use fridge. Why you cannot use fridge? Usually because when you're gonna take your molds off the fridge, and before you start capping them, difference in the temperatures, because your fridge is 5 degrees, so difference in the temperatures will allow some condensed water to appear on top of your ganache. And it might be something that you won't be able to see with your bare eye, but it will be there, and it means that your shelf life is already compromised. It doesn't mean that it's poison, you can eat it, but you cannot store it for a long time. Do you like adding crispy layer to the bottom of your bonbons? Is there a basic type recipe you like to use? Well, crispy layer today we're going to be making almond crispy layer. When it, if you're talking about some crispy freeze-dried fruits, for instance, then it won't stay crispy for a long time. So you can make some, yeah, cookies mixed with the chocolate and praline, or you can do some gianduja and it's going to be a crispy layer. Or you can mix freeze-dried fruits with some praline and chocolate. It's going to be a crispy layer. Yeah, crispy layers is definitely an option, but yeah, there are many different. There are other options that you can use to make your taste very nice. Okay, next one, double coffee. Double coffee. I have espresso here. And now I need just to quickly wash my pot. Okay, here I have espresso. Here we have, once again, mixture of sugar and pectin, and mixing it together. I start warming up coffee. So quite the same as the other jellos. We are gonna warm it up to 105 degrees. So we don't have all the water we have here is one that we have in espresso. So it's not a lot, and it means then while we are warming it up, it will evaporate and we'll have a super intense taste of coffee. And so this reduction is going to be very, very intense in its taste. And that's why you will see when you will try it, you will see how much of it you actually want to add in your chocolates. I'm adding a couple of drops, or amount that you could see on a picture is like 2-3 drops of it, because I usually like this very intense taste of coffee. But if you're afraid or don't like very intense coffee taste, you can add less. So this reduction will be the same. Once you buy this chocolate, first thing you will feel it's this coffee reduction. So it's going to be again just this taste bump in your mouth. And then a ganache that is on a white chocolate, also with coffee, but on a milk chocolate, it's much smoother in taste. So it's kind of will give this, first it go up coffee, and then it will slowly go down and leave a nice aftertaste of milk chocolate and coffee. And I'm slowly adding sugar. Okay. And we have a question: how much worse would instant coffee be if we were to replace espresso? Well, count that you need 75. How much worse? Well, there is a very good instant coffee, and you can use decaf, for instance, if you're like planning to eat just chocolates in the evening. There is a very good instant coffee. It won't be much worse. You can also, if you're into coffee, you can try some different coffee beans and try to go with Lavazza, interesting taste, and then you can achieve a lot by just changing coffee brands and coffee types. But if you are not a coffee gourmet, then you can just go with an instant coffee or just with a regular cup of espresso, or like Nespresso, for instance, will also work. So yeah, it depends. I think it depends on your taste. I'm using a regular coffee, but I have a coffee machine, and it's a coffee that I'm usually drinking. So it's not super special. It's just a regular coffee. But I'm not coffee gourmet. Sounds like another class. Yeah. Well, with feelings, there are so many things with feelings. So we are definitely it's not the last class we are doing. I already have plans for next one, so it's gonna be something interesting. Okay. Yes. So we will leave it aside and let it warm up. Okay, now when your reduction will start burning, you will feel a not a very pleasant smell. It will smell like your coffee is burning, something is going wrong. But don't be afraid. It's just we are going for really intense taste of the coffee. So when it's ready, it's gonna taste very nicely and it's gonna smell nicely. It's just while it's cooking, it's evaporating a lot, and you might experience not a super pleasant smell. Okay. So it's starting to boil, and I'm gonna just transfer it to another stove, so we don't have to wait. I don't have to sit and wait while it's going to be. We're cooking it to 105 degrees, as the same that we did before. And meanwhile, we are going to start doing coffee ganache. Yes. Coffee ganache, milk chocolate, and I will talk about chocolates a little bit here. Except of basil ganache is based on a white velvet chocolate, but all the rest is based on cacao barry, Tanzania, and Ghana chocolate. And yeah, here they are, and they're absolutely awesome. I love them. I use cacao barry in the fillings because you never use it for shells. It doesn't make sense, and it has 4 drops fluidity, so it will be challenging to work with. But for fillings, it's amazing because it's a couverture chocolate, so it has very intense taste. It has a high percentage of cocoa butter. So it means that it's easier to combine it with other ingredients, and you usually don't have to add a lot of additional cocoa butter. And it has a nice, very wide taste profile, and we're going to talk about it a bit later, how to research your chocolate taste profile. And it's going into a bit, I think it's a bit larger drops, because it's not meant for tempering your chocolate or melting. So yeah, cacao barry has a lot of different types of chocolate, but today we're using those two. And we have our reduction boiling here, and here I have our coffee ganache, and here I have coffee. So it's just a coffee beans that I grinded. And I have cream and all the sugars, and I'm putting it on the stove and starting to boil it. Okay. Now I need to clean my silicone so we can use it for our coffee. Okay. Which chocolate do you use for shells? For shells, I use for dark shells, I use I use Callebaut, and for dark I use 911. For milk I use 823, and for white I use velvet. Okay. Yes. Okay, our coffee reduction is ready. I'm just pouring it in a silicone. And I will put it aside. Oh my God, I forgot completely. Okay, what to do? I forgot completely that I was planning to add some Kahlua liquor, of course. Okay, so I have it back here, And now I need just 10 grams of the liquor. Well, 10 grams for me because I know I'm doing the same as you guys. I'm doing the same as you have in your recipe. So just 10 grams. Okay. You can avoid liquor here if you don't like. Okay, and I'm putting it aside. Okay, here I have my coffee ganache, so I'm stirring it around to make sure that all the sugars are melted. Smell is amazing. Here we have chocolate. Here we have chocolate is Ghana milk. So now we starting to boil. That's enough. Once again, it's the same like with the basil and infused ganache. Now you can cover it with a plastic wrap and leave it for half an hour, but it's not absolutely necessary here because coffee has a very intense taste and we added quite a bit of it. So if you want to infuse it more, leave it covered. If you're in a hurry, just do it like we did today. It's gonna give a nice result as well. Well, this is how I'm doing it all the time. I never let it to sit and infuse. For instance, when I'm doing ganache with mint, I let it to infuse because mint is not that strong in its taste. All right. We are leaving it to sit for just a couple of minutes. So our chocolate will start melting. Meanwhile, I'm cleaning a blender. Why you are not using cocoa butter with chocolate in this ganache? Because there is a high percentage of cocoa butter already present in the chocolate that we're using, so I don't need additional cocoa butter here. It's already meeting the required proportions of the ganache, and texture is satisfactory, so we don't need any extra cocoa butter here. All right. Invert sugar is a powder or liquid. Invert sugar is liquid. I'm going to show it to you. Okay, so you can see the texture of this ganache. You can see already that it's different, that it's much thicker. It's because we're using different chocolate here. And we are back. We are back to coffee reduction. As you can see, it's not exactly the same, the same texture as were our jellos. It's more runny, but it is a reduction. It's not completely the same as our jellos. So what is the temperature? It's 24 here. Once again, it doesn't matter very much the temperature. Make sure that it's below 30 degrees. When it's below 30 degrees, you are ready to go. Also, this reduction is very stable, so you can store it in the fridge for some time if you had made too much of it. Oh, the table is already very, very warm. Okay. Okay, for this taste, I'm using milk chocolate shells and the mold number 1521, also Chocolate World. So now we are starting to pipe it out. It's pretty runny, so make a very small hole in your piping bag to make sure that you won't pipe too much of it, because this reduction is really intense in its taste. So so you want to be careful with it. So here is the amount that I'm using. Any questions? Your sugar is a powder liquid. I was looking yellow pectin. I found apple pectin is the same to use. Yeah, it is the same. It might be slight difference between yellow pectin, because yellow pectin is a citrus pectin and apple pectin, but maybe you will have to test it out. You can try use different proportions, and well, I mean, we don't have the same ingredients because yeah, here we are guys from different countries and parts of the world, so we might not have the same ingredients. So that's why you always need to test what you have available on your market, and then adjust the recipe to ingredients that you have. Okay. Now we just need to leave it to set for just a little bit, and meanwhile we are gonna cool down our coffee ganache. Our coffee ganache is 40 degrees, and it means that we need to temper it. And now I'm just gonna be spreading it around on a cold table and waiting it to get to approximately 28 degrees. I'm moving it around because my table now is it's warm because I have so many warm things standing on it. So okay. Now we need the piping bag. Now we're transferring our ganache into piping bag. Well, this method of tempering on a plastic wrap, it's something that I'm using. There are alternative methods. Well, basically, you just need to quickly put down the temperature, cool it down. So you can use, like, for instance, large bowl and mix it around. Well, I won't suggest to do it directly on the table because it's going to be very hard to collect your ganache. So someone. So you're free to find your own method. You just need to, again, try it out. What is the working temp chocolate ganache? Working temperature of ganache is below 30 degrees. So for white chocolate, it's going to be 27, 28. For milk and dark chocolate, 28, 29. It's fine. It's working temperature. It's not that vital here as it is with cocoa butter or chocolate itself. You just need to make sure that it's not warmer than 30 degrees so it won't melt your shells, and you need to make sure that it's not 18 degrees already so it's crystallized inside your bag. So just keep an eye on it, and if you're using tempering method for your ganache, then it's super easy to control your temperature. Okay, so here we have our ganache running everywhere. And now we are filling, also leaving like a 2 millimeters to the edge so we can cap them. And now we're filling on top of reduction, coffee reduction. Once again, it's a coffee chocolate. once again, once it's done, you need to place your filled mold for 12 hours in a storage room under 18 degrees. So 14, 16 will be perfect. 17, even 18 top will be nice. So yeah, let it sit for 12 hours, like overnight. And next day you can already cap it. Why do we need it? Well, because cocoa butter has once it's melted, and we have, of course, cocoa butter in our filling. Once it's melted, it needs, even when it's tempered, it needs time to be completely crystallized. And this time is it's around 12 hours for cocoa butter in ganache. Well, it goes for chocolate as well. Like, for instance, when you are doing chocolate decorations, which consist of many parts. So, for instance, you made your parts for chocolate decorations. So you made like petals and and other parts, and you need to assemble it. So it's always better to assemble it the next day, to leave your decoration parts to sit for overnight or 12 hours. So then your chocolate, cocoa butter inside your chocolate will be stable and crystallized. So you will have less chances of your chocolate decorations breaking. Okay, I think that's it. I will stop here. To escape. All right. Yeah, now I'm putting it in the fridge. You're putting it into your storage room. And we are moving forward. We are moving forward with almond ganache. For almond, I have here cream with all the sugars, but it looks strange because I have all the sugars here. But once it's warmed, it's gonna be even. And here I have again Ghana milk chocolate. I have cocoa butter, and I have almond paste. You have a recipe for almond paste, so we're not going to do it together right now because it's going to take a really long time to do it. So if you have questions about the recipe for paste and for almond praline, just write them down and I will answer. But yeah, because no paste praline we're not going to be doing today together. So here we have relatively small amount of liquid, and we have paste and cocoa butter, and we have chocolate. So I'm gonna pre-melt our chocolate, so it will be easier to form an emulsion. It's gonna be a bit warmer. 30-degree impulses in a microwave. And here we're starting to warm up where we can see the recipes. Well, it's in the recipes that I have sent you. So like, for instance, double almond. And here we have homemade almond paste. So here's the recipe. Well, you basically just roast almonds. Like 8-10 minutes. If you're not sure, you can use less than 180 degrees. You can put it on 140 degrees, depends on your oven strength, and just roast it slowly, and to see once they will be smelling and once they will become, of course, not burnt brown, but just brownish color, that means they're roasted. And then you just put it in your some bowl on food processor, or you can even use your hand blender and just start grinding them. And eventually they once you start grinding them, nut oil will start separating from the nuts, so you will have this nice paste or praline. So it will look like that. It's different. Of course, you can buy all of it ready-made, but it's different from ones that you buy, because you will be not able to grind it as perfectly as they do in the factories. Which I like. In this case, I like because I like to have this small particles of almonds, and in the praline we have small particles of sugar caramel, which gives extra crunch. So that's why I like using homemade. We had a question before, I haven't read it. If you use Callebaut Gold chocolate for a ganache, would you then add cocoa butter like you did in the white chocolate? It depends on proportions. I will say that most likely yes, but it depends on your proportions in the recipe. So, for instance, if it's just Callebaut Gold and cream, then I would think definitely yes. But I have a recipe for Callebaut Gold. I need to check if I added it or not. Would a dry caramel change the flavor too much, as it would taste more like caramel than nuts? Okay, about caramel. Dry caramel, we are risking, whenever we are doing dry caramel, we are risking that it will be crystallized too much. So that's why we are adding water in the caramel. So as you can see, our chocolate is already melted. Here I gave it 2 times 30 seconds in a microwave. So that's why it's advised to use here caramel with water, because to avoid crystallization. And if I mean, all the water will be vaporized because we are boiling caramel to 190 degrees, so all the water will be vaporized anyhow. So recipes that I gave you today, it works. If you want to experiment, you're very welcome. I would love to hear about what you will discover. Yeah, what I'm doing today, it works. And yeah, back to cocoa butter, adding or not adding cocoa butter, it always depends on your recipe proportions. Depends on how much liquid you have there, how much butter, how much cocoa butter. So yeah, it's a ganache formulation. It always depends on that. Okay, here we have cream. If you want your caramel, if you want your praline to taste less like nuts, add more caramel to it and less nuts. It will make it taste less like nuts. If you want to taste more like nuts, add more nuts and less caramel. But yeah, but not adding water will not make any difference. Okay, cream is boiling, and it means that it's time to pour it into our milk chocolate and praline and paste and almond paste. So I will let my cream to cool down a little bit, because our chocolate and almond paste is already warmed up. So I don't want to raise temperature too high. So so I don't want to be added. That's why I'm not adding boiling cream. I want to cool down just a couple of degrees. Okay, it's done. We are leaving it to sit for just a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, I'm gonna wash blender. Okay, whenever you're washing your blender in between fillings, you need to make sure to dry it off completely, because if you have any, well, water and chocolate seeds, they don't go together. And of course, we are forming an emulsion here with the cream, but the cream is warmed, and you don't want, and it's also balanced in its water, so you don't want any additional water to get in there, especially that our cream has been boiling, so it's already prepared, but water is raw. If I want to make vegan ganache, can I change the cream for coconut cream? I'll be honest, I don't do any vegan ganaches, so I don't have any vegan recipes, so I cannot say for sure. It's possible to change, but I don't know what is the fat rate in coconut cream. If you know fat rate and water content in a coconut cream, then of course you can change. But well, in all the ganaches we have butter, and I'm not an expert in it. I cannot say how to change butter into oil, some vegetable oil. I cannot answer that. What is temp of cream and chocolate now? Temperature of cream and chocolate now is 64 degrees. And I'm starting to mix it. Okay. And the temperature is 53 degrees, which is a bit high. Well, we will have to add butter here, and we can add butter when our ganache is cooler than 40 degrees, because we don't want our butter to be melted inside the chocolate, inside our ganache. We want it to be distributed evenly, and form an emulsion, but not to be melted. So that's why we are gonna cool down ganache, and we are gonna do the same tempering method. All right, and here I have a spatula. So the same, we are just on a cold table, we are spreading it out, making sure that it will cool down. Usually it's going very, very fast. Okay, so we have now 39, which is fine. I'm gonna use different cup because this one is still warm. So I don't want my ganache to raise the temperature again. That's why I'm gonna use a different cup. So now we are collecting it back to cup because we need to add butter. So butter. Just a little bit. And we are using hand blender once again. All right. So as you can see, it is very thick. Once again, smell is really good here. All right. Not very elegant, but anyway. And now we need to find out what is the temperature. And temperature is 34 degrees. Let me just... Yeah, it's 34, and it means that we will have to use our tempering technique once again. All right, and I'm just gonna let it sit and cool down a little bit. And we are gonna move, while it's cooling down, we are gonna move to the next filling. And next filling is gonna be raspberry marshmallow. And raspberry marshmallow, important note, I have changed the recipe a little bit, so please add to your recipes. We have gelatin powder, it stays the same. We have raspberry puree A. So we have 80 grams you have there. So add 20 grams of water. Everything else stays the same. So I have gelatin powder here. And I have raspberry puree A that I combined with the water. It's cold, it's from fridge. You always need to use cold water or cold liquid for your gelatin. And now we are just spreading the powder over, and it should sit for 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. We will see when it's going to be ready. So now we're just going to leave it sit there, so our gelatin will soak in water, liquid that we have. Thing we have here is we have syrup. We are making syrup, and syrup we are making from raspberry puree B and water, sugar, and glucose syrup. So there is a lot of sugar here because it's going to be very, very hot, intense syrup. And now we are going to warm it up, boil to 110 degrees, and I will put it on another stove slowly, so it can slowly start warming up. I think we need some extra light. All right. Meanwhile, our almond ganache is getting colder. Yes, it's 28 degrees now. Very good temperature to be piping out. So I'm gonna collect it. And now we will be piping it out. For this filling, I used also shells made from milk chocolate. And well, it also depends on your taste. I will pipe in approximately 2/3 of this ganache, and then 1/3 of a filling. It's going to be 1/3 of a cavity, of chocolate cavity is going to be filled with a crunch layer. Meanwhile, I'm going to stir our gelatin a little bit. Whenever you're using just water, you don't have to stir gelatin. It will soak in by itself. But as we are using a lot of raspberry puree here, and it is thicker than the water, that's why you can help it a little bit. Okay, put it aside. And now we will be piping it out. I saw we have questions, and I'm going to be answering them in a short while. Okay. Now I'm going to connect my kitchen machine, so we will be whisking our marshmallow. So I'm just going to put it here, okay. And this one. Here we have our raspberry syrup already boiling. So we will fill chocolates just in a moment. So you can see that gelatin is sucking in the water. It means that yeah, it's getting ready. So we don't have any extra liquid anywhere. So it means that actually you can already use it. You can give it more time, but we will be using it once our syrup is ready. And our syrup is boiling and has 105 degrees now, and I'm just gonna show it to you because I have it just here. So it is boiling and will be boiling to 110 degrees. Okay, what questions I didn't answer? When you talk about the sugars later, will you talk about how to decide what mix of sugars you use in a particular recipe? It is just based on a flavor you can for more getting better at IV. I will talk about it later, which sugars to use, active water, everything I'm going to talk about. Instead of adding butter, could you just continue tempering until it drops to 28 and then pipe? Yes, yes. Regular butter will, of course, it's a part of our ganache formulation, so we need to have certain amount of butter. That's why we're adding butter. It will also help with the shelf life. And we also add in butter. Well, butter actually is not making ganache more thick, it's making it more soft. But we absolutely need to have it. If we don't have enough of dairy fat in our ganache, that's why we're adding butter. Okay, change the recipe. Yes, correct. Thank you very much for writing. I add 20 grams of water to our raspberry puree. So a little bit more water. A little bit more liquid. Okay, so we have our syrup at 109 degrees now, and it means that it's time to put in our jello or our gelatin, you see? So it is ready. So we are just gonna put it into a bowl. Okay, I can hear that our syrup is ready. It's 110 degrees and it's boiling. And we are just pour it here together with our soaked gelatin. So now I'm gonna stir it over to make sure that our gelatin is dissolved. Yeah, I'm just gonna show it to you. Smell is not very pleasant when you're doing this, but it's gonna be very, very pleasant very soon. It's not very pleasant because it's a distinct smell of gelatin you have right now, and gelatin, it's natural, it doesn't have a super nice smell. So, and now we are starting to whisk it, and we are starting already on high speed, and we are going to be doing it until yes, I need to, and we're going to be doing it until it will become lighter. Mixture will become lighter, mixture will become fluffier, and approximately it will drop to 35 degrees. And we're gonna, at this temperature, we are gonna pipe it out. Whenever you're working with marshmallow, you need to do it fast because marshmallow will get stiff very, very quickly. It will be hard to pipe it out. Meanwhile, I'm going to be piping out our almond canal. Okay, so what I want to check now, I want to check the temperature. It's 39 degrees here. And I also want to check the structure. So it's a little bit runny right now. So it means that we need to continue whisking for a couple of minutes. I wasn't talking. I know the machine is very loud, so I wasn't talking anything. I just piped out almond ganache and basically it. And now we are waiting for our marshmallow to get ready. Okay, it looks more like it. So you can see, as you can see, it's already holding its shape. And for now, it's 33.9 degrees. So yeah, this is definitely it. It's 35 degrees already. Now we're gonna transfer it to the piping bag and quickly fill in the molds. Okay. I'm not gonna take all of it because we don't need it. It's a lot of marshmallow with it, so we don't need that much. And I'm gonna pipe it out, and the rest of your marshmallow, if you made too much, well, because it's very hard to whisk small amounts, so it's better to do more. So this marshmallow is not only can be used for chocolate fillings. You can just use it as a dessert for for yourself or children or something. You basically need to take plastic sheet or silicone sheet, cover it with a thin layer of oil, pipe out your marshmallow, leave it set for 12 hours, and then roll it in the mixture of sugar powder and cornstarch, and then you can eat it. Okay, here I'm using very deep mold. It's a mold 1350. It is very, very deep. I'm gonna answer all the questions after I will pipe out. But here we cannot waste any time. 35 degrees. Well, it was 35. Now, of course, while the transfer it is already less. So I'm just gonna leave it on a cold table just for a little bit, because 35 degrees is too much. fine. It's 31 degree, but we have shells made from our dark chocolate, so it's fine. It won't melt it, and the marshmallow has such an airy structure, so it will be cooled down in cavities instantly. Okay, now I will suggest to pipe out half of the cavity, like that. The same as we talked before. You can try it, and you will try it, and then decide for yourself what works, what amount works. And what I like about this marshmallow is that it has a very, very nice color, and there is no artificial coloring added, and still it has such a nice pink color. When you cut or bite the chocolate, it gives a very nice colorful impression. So that's basically it, and the marshmallow will set quickly, and I'm gonna just put it aside for a little bit. And what I wanted to show you, it's a marshmallow test that I did before our class. So I just pipe it out, and yeah, maybe it's not super pretty, but yeah, it's just small pieces of marshmallow that you can eat. They're really tasty. Okay, what is our yes, we add water to puree with gelatin. We add water to puree, which is with gelatin. When it's piped, marshmallow should be, well, preferably 30-31 degrees, but it cools down in a mold pretty quickly. And also you need to remember that it's setting very quickly. So, and whisking at 35 degrees, then while you will transfer it into pastry bag, and while you pipe it out, temperature will also drop. So 30-31, I will suggest. Can you change raspberry and use strawberry? Yes, of course. You can change any taste. Just remember that well, we're using raspberry today because raspberry is sour. It has a sourness in it, when strawberry is very sweet by itself. So we are adding a lot of sugar here. We are adding sucrose, glucose, so it's a lot of sugar. And marshmallow is pretty sweet, so if you will also on top of it add sweet strawberry, it might be a little bit too sweet. But once again, a matter of trying. But you can make it with basically any type of fruit. You can make it with a coffee. You can make it with some some infused liquids. Yeah, there are a lot of possibilities with the marshmallows. So anyway, we need to move forward, and we are moving forward to raspberry. No, we are moving forward to dark chocolate ganache. And this dark chocolate ganache, it's actually basic ganache made from Tanzania chocolate. So here there is no fruit purees, no infusions, nothing. It's basic chocolate with just the cream and the chocolate. So of course it is made just for this Tanzania. You can change chocolate with the same proportion, but you need to remember that every chocolate has a different ingredients inside, different amounts of cocoa butter, cocoa solids, and sugar. So, but this one ganache is super basic. So we have just cream with sugars. Just the cream with sugars. And as you can see here we're using all the 4 sugars. Yeah, so it's kind of exemplarily ganache on like a very, very basic with all 4 types of sugars and nothing else and nothing additional. So we are just starting to boil it. Here we have Tanzania black chocolate. As you can see, it has this larger galettes. And we are getting ready with immersion blender. And we're also gonna be using, where's the recipe? Butter. We are gonna be adding butter here. So here is like most typical basic ingredients for ganache. Cream, sugars, chocolate, and butter. Questions. How can I extend shelf life of bonbon with different kinds of ganaches to at least 3 months? Well, first, why you need it? I mean, artisan bonbons, for me personally, it's fresh bonbons. So something that can last for 3-6 months. It's something usually that is sold in like supermarket on the shelves. So yeah, so I always, whenever I'm asked how to extend shelf life to 3-6 months, I always ask, why would you need it? If you still need it, well, to extend it to 3 months, you need to use glycerin. There is no way around it without glycerin, or you need to use fillings with a very low water content. It's going to be fat-based fillings like gianduja, for instance. If you're going to fill your chocolate with gianduja, nothing's going to happen to it for a long, long time. Whenever you're using liquids in your ganache, liquids is cream, liquids is alcohol, liquids is even butter has a liquid inside. So whenever you're using them, it's becoming challenging to control this active water and glycerin. Yeah. Yeah, but remember that you can always freeze your chocolates. So if you want your batch to live for 3 months, just freeze them down, and this is how you won't be risking of anything happening to them, and you will have chocolates always in a store, so you can unfreeze them whenever you need them. So I think it's better option than playing with active water and trying to get a really long shelf life. Okay, I'm having here our cream with the sugars boiling, and I have chocolate here, and let's see how our marshmallow is doing. Marshmallow is doing really well. So it is starting to settle. And now I'm going to start warming up my chocolate, because we will need chocolate to cap our bonbons today. So I will, as we have only 3 including these fillings to go, then I will already start melting chocolate. All right. How long can I freeze bonbons and how it should be frozen? You can freeze your bonbons for up to 3 months. You should freeze it in plastic box, food plastic box that is meant for freezing or allowed it to be frozen. And then just basically put your bonbons in a plastic box and you freeze them. Okay, now we're pouring hot cream over the chocolate. And whenever you're freezing your bonbons, you need to first pack them down in a plastic container to make sure that there is no excess of moisture going into it. So just plastic container, close it tightly. You can even wrap it around with plastic wrap. Place it into fridge to cool down temperature, like for 1 day, I would say 12 hours 1 day, and after that place it into freezer. The same when you want to defrost them. First take it from a freezer, do not unpack it, place them in the fridge, let them to defrost completely in the fridge within like 1 day, and after you can place it in your storage room, open your plastic container and be using them. Freeze bonbons has a consequence about the shine. No consequences at all. Once they're defrozen, they will be shining as they were before you freeze them down. It can be a problem with shining if you will place them on top of each other, so they will scratch each other. Then of course it will be a problem. But if you just place them in one row and just being very careful about how you store them, nothing's going to happen. It's I checked it many times. For how long bonbons can hold in a wine cabinet? Well, what is the shelf life? If your wine cabinet is like at 14-16 degrees, so your bonbons can be there for as long as the shelf life is meant to be. Depends on the shelf life. So what is the regular lifetime of bonbons that contains cream? Regular shelf life, if your recipe is balanced and active water is below 0.85, then it can, well, I would say like that, the fillings that we are doing today can last for 6 weeks if they've been made in a proper room temperatures, if your all equipment was clean, if you follow the procedure perfectly, if your storage room has a perfect conditions, then they can last for 6 weeks. I checked it with these bonbons. For me, 6 weeks, nothing happens to them. If your temperature in a storage room is higher, then the shelf life is smaller. If you didn't let your bonbons to crystallize for 12 hours, shelf life is lower. If you use the fridge at some point, shelf life is lower. If you use dirty spatula, for instance, that you are mixing other ganache with, shelf life is smaller. So it depends. Okay. our dark chocolate. We mixed it, hot cream and chocolate, and now it's 45 degrees, and I don't think I'm gonna put it on a plastic sheet. Right now, I'm just gonna transfer it into a colder cup. This cup is not from a fridge or anything. It's just from my cabinet. But as my room temperature is not very high, so of course cup is not warm. When this cup that we were mixing is pretty warm. So this is how we're going to cool it down, because we need to cool it down just a couple of degrees to be able to add butter. Okay, 38 drop. Time to add butter. Do you have any questions? For explanation, there's so many informations. My head is yeah. Well, yeah, you're very welcome. And well, that's why I advised everyone just to watch today's class and not try to cook together with me, because it might be something that you will miss if you're going to be cooking yourself. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure that for some of you there is a lot of new information. For some of you already know things that I'm talking about, or some things, but well, personally for me, whenever I'm watching a lot of classes and whenever I'm watching class, there definitely will be something that I didn't know before. So it will be a pity to miss this. Okay, butter. Butter we have here. I have see, and I'm gonna tell you afterwards what was the amount of fillings that I was using today. You were asking, so you will understand how much it is, how much I was using, so you can, yeah, maybe it will be easier for you to calculate proportions. I have a butter here. And we need to mix it once again. Okay, so you can see, whenever I really love when ganache is very basic, because even though the chocolate that we're using at Tanzania is very intense, it has 75% of cocoa solids. Even though its ganache is not thick at all, it has a very nice smooth texture. It is shiny. Yeah, whenever you're using just ganache and it's pure, it usually turn out to be very well. But anyway, we have 35 degrees right now, and it means that we need to temper it. That's why I'm gonna use plastic wrap, and yeah, just pour. All right. We will allow it to sit a little bit, and we will start making our raspberry ganache. And I'm just gonna dry my saucepan. It's clean, but it has a little bit of water inside. So, what do we have? We have the same Tanzania chocolate here. We have mixture of raspberry puree and cream. And all the sugars here. So we are just gonna pour it into saucepan. Well, of course, you don't, when you will be doing it, you don't have to mix your cream and sugars in advance. You absolutely don't have to do it. You just mix it already directly in a saucepan. I did it just for us to save time. So the same, we need to bring it to boil. Again, my raspberry puree here is it's made from frozen raspberries. It's puree that I did myself. I put a raspberry puree through the sieve, so there is no stones inside, and I also brought it to a boil and let it boil for 1 minute. In Danish laws, you cannot use frozen raspberries or raspberry puree without boiling them for 1 minute. Yeah. So yeah, so this puree is already pre-boiled, but we are gonna bring it to the boil one more time. And did you add any sugar to your puree? No, I didn't. It's just a pure puree, and I'm adding sugars when I'm cooking, when I'm preparing a recipe. I'm adding just sugars that I need according to the recipe. And let's check how is our dark chocolate ganache is doing. It's getting colder, definitely. Okay, it's about time to put it 28 degrees, our working temperature. Everything is good. Well, here raspberry puree, we are combining it with dark chocolate, so we won't be able to see the color, but color is actually really nice. It has some purple tone to it. It's really beautiful color. But unfortunately, if you want color, natural color to stand out, we need to use white chocolate. But raspberry goes so nicely with the dark chocolate. It complements it so much. So you need to sacrifice color to achieve more taste. All right. Now we are ready to pipe it out. We are piping it out on top of cherry jello here. So I already can see that I have
too much, a bit too much of ganache because I have only one mold that I will be filling. So unfortunately, sometimes you are left with with some extra ganache on your hands. So as usual, we're filling leaving approximately 2 millimeters. Even though this chocolate is really nice and smooth, it's of course it's more stiffer than white and milk chocolate, so it's a little bit takes a little bit more. You need to be more careful when you're piping it because it's not going to be distributed very evenly by itself. All right. Jumped out. Okay. We have raspberry already boiling, and we are pouring it over dark chocolate. Dark chocolate ganache is going to set, and yeah, as we talked before a couple of times, overnight, but in my case, in the fridge. Okay, so we don't need our little oven anymore. Little stove. Yes, the recipe. Let's start mixing it. Here I'm going to be using blender from previous ganache from dark chocolate because yeah, it has just a dark chocolate the same as here, so it won't interfere. Okay, it has really good smell. Yeah, the dark chocolate and the raspberries they go together really nicely. So immersion, our hand blender we are not needing anymore today. We are looking what is temperature. It's 46 and we need to cool it down, and I'm going to transfer it to the other cup as we did before. Hand blender we will need, of course, for to add butter to it. So we are gonna still need it. Okay. So what is the temperature? Okay. It's a bit hot still, so we're gonna allow this just to cool down. And meanwhile, we are gonna start doing our last filling for today, our crunchy layer for almond chocolate. And this is basically gianduja, and it's a combination of nuts, nut paste, and chocolate. Here I'm using a praline because I want it to be sweeter, and as it's homemade praline, it has small particles of caramel inside. So, and as it will be coated in chocolate, it will stay crunchy. So you will have just a small, crunchy, nice feeling to it when you're chewing the chocolate. Yes, that's for praline. And the ratio is 1 part of chocolate to 2 parts of praline or paste. Here I'm using milk chocolate simply because we use milk chocolate for our filling. If you're going to be doing something based on dark chocolate, you can use dark chocolate for your crunchy layer. So here I have a mixture of almond praline and the same Ghana milk chocolate. And now I need to melt it to 45-50 degrees, which is melting temperature, which is temperature for tempering a milk chocolate. And I'm doing it in a microwave in a 30-second impulses. Do you add any sugar to your puree? I already answered it. We don't have any new questions. All right. Let's see what is the temperature. Temperature for, we need to add butter, so temperature for our raspberry ganache is already 38 degrees. It means that it's about time to add butter. So here's a lot of butter here on this recipe. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, our temperature is already pretty low. It's 28 degrees because we add a lot of butter. And butter was on room temperature, but it was still colder than our ganache. That's why we can we don't have to temper it, it's already cooled down. Transfer it into piping bag. Making sure temperature is right. Okay, let's see how marshmallow is doing. Marshmallow is doing very, very fine. So, of course, it's sticky, so it's gonna stick to a finger, but you can see it's already stabilized. So you can pipe your ganache on top of it, no problem. And let me just check how is our crunchy layer doing. So just in 30 seconds, it's already melted quite a bit. And it's already, yeah, 40 degrees. So I'm gonna stir it around. I just need something to stir with. Just a second. So we need to make sure that our chocolate and almond praline will be combined, because we need chocolate here to kind of enrobe our praline, and to make sure that moisture that we have in our ganache will not get to crystals, to caramel crystals that we have. That's how it will keep it crunchiness. Well, the same with all the crunchy layers that you're using in chocolates. You always need to use praline, and you always, or paste, and you always need to use chocolate. Okay, when I mixed it, it's 36 degrees, and it means that I'm gonna warm it up for 30 seconds more. Gonna find my scraper. I'm gonna take another one. Now we are just piping raspberry ganache on top of marshmallow, leaving 2 centimeters like usual, 2 millimeters, of course, so we can cap our chocolates. So this mold is pretty big, has a pretty big cavities, and it's also very deep. That's why it allows me to have marshmallow here and to have second layer of ganache. So for this one, definitely use some deep mold.
All right. Okay. Now we are waiting for our ganaches to set, to crystallize, and I'm just quickly cleaning table. And we are finishing our last filling for today, which is almond crunchy layer. And I will have to temper it on a table. That's why I need to make sure that there is nothing that don't belongs to it. All right. Here we go. Let me see if I have any questions. In case the temperature drops below 28, would you put for a few seconds in microwave? Or well, I wouldn't do it. If it is already in your pastry bag, what you can do is just hold it with your hands, because your hands are warmer than 28. So you just hold it with your hands, and of course not touching the ganache with your hands, but just through the pastry bag, warming up that way. It will be better than putting it in a microwave, because in microwave it will lose some moisture. It will, yeah, better not to do it. Instead of tempering ganache on plastic wrap on the table, could I maybe do it in the piping bag? I was thinking by putting ganache in the bag and then massage the ganache back against the table, just to eliminate the messy step and not to waste too much plastic. Yeah, of course you can do it. There are many ways how to temper your ganache. I'm doing it through the plastic wrap. You can also do it in a piping bag, but you need to understand that it will take longer. And in a piping bag, your ganache that is touching edges of a piping bag will be colder. What's inside in the middle of the piping bag will stay warmer still. So of course it's great not to use a lot of plastic. I agree completely. But there is also some, yeah, there are some upsides and downsides to any of the methods, I think. You can also do it directly on the table without plastic wrap, just then to collect it in a bowl and then transfer it to the piping bag. Well, it's entirely up to you which method to use. Okay, I have at 50 degrees. So I'm just putting it on the table. And now we're doing the same as we are doing when tempering a chocolate. You are just cooling it down quickly to working temperature. What did I say there? Yeah, 27%. But unlike chocolate, we don't need to raise the temperature again, because yeah, we are not going to be molding anything with it or anything else. We're just gonna pipe it out into the mold and basically it. Okay, we have it 27 now, and I'm gonna collect it. Okay, and let's think we are transferring it into pastry bag. And here we have our molds with almond ganache in it. And now we are just piping out crunchy layer, and as you can see, it's very, very easy to do it. And leaving 2 millimeters on the edges free so we can get it. Okay. Which no, I'm using Chocolate World, and hearts is mold number 1417. Okay, piping out the rest.
2 chocolates left without any crunchy layer. Okay, now we're just leaving it to set. Okay, someone is okay, switched on the microphone. Sorry guys, I will mute you all. Otherwise we will be not able to have a very calm class. There will be too much noises. All right. So about this crunchy layer. Crunchy layer you apply when your chocolate with the ganache was standing for 12 hours and it's completely crystallized. So when it's done, you apply a crunchy layer. But crunchy layer doesn't need a lot of time to crystallize. It has a lot of nuts and chocolate in it. So like any chocolate, it will crystallize pretty quickly. So I will even show you. We just filled it in now and it's already matte and stiff. So this process goes very, very fast. Yes, I'm putting it in the fridge and we are starting our theoretical part. We are starting our theoretical part, and after we are capping chocolates and doing cuts. Okay. Okay, well, do we have any questions? Forgot to ask earlier, but when you make the almond paste or praliné, are the skins of the almonds when you're roasting, or the skinless? No, there are skins. There are skins. I think in this case, well, in almond flour you cannot have skins, but in this case in praliné it has this roasted like rough taste to it, so I think it works. It works really nice with the skins in this case. Okay, so do we have any questions about filling preparations? Because if not, then we are going to move to sugars. Okay, let's start with the sugars. Why we need to use sugars? Well, ganache is an emulsion. It means that it is a mixture of water and fat. Water is where microorganisms are spreading, bacteria are spreading. So we need something to bind water together. So it will be no free water in our ganache. So our bacteria inside the chocolate won't have chance to multiply. So amount of bound and not bound water. Well, water can be bound with another ingredients in our ganache, like fat, for instance. So amount of bound water against unbound water is called active water in ganache. And active water measurement is active water is measured in equivalent, and one is one means that there is 100% of active water. Active water amount in ganache should not exceed 0.85, which means that there is 85% of free active water in your ganache. Once again, it means that it's 85% of water, that it's not bound with other ingredients such as fat. So we have still, even in a good ganache, we have still this 85% of
active water, and we need to reduce it. We need to make sure that it won't allow bacteria to multiple in your chocolates. So how we do it? We do it with adding of sugars. Each type of sugars has a different characteristic and brings different things into your ganache in terms of taste, sweetness, texture, and shelf life. All the sugars have the ability to affect and to reduce active water in your ganache. So all sugars do that. All of them have the ability to retain moisture, which allows that your ganache will stay moist for a longer period of time. And all the sugars, of course, will make your ganache sweeter. And all of them have it has a different sweetness index. So that's why we always need to use a combinations of sugar, because some sugars are better in reducing active water, but they also can be too sweet. Other sugars are better in retaining water, in retaining moisture in your ganache. Some sugars can be better with different types of ingredients that you're using. So that's why combination of the sugars is always best way, because they will bring all their best qualities to your ganache, and it will allow you to gain a good shelf life, to make sure that your ganache is stable, and not to make your ganache overly sweet. So, for instance, if we are going to use just, of course, and usually we use 3 types of sugars that we add to our ganache, plus a 4th type, sucrose. Sucrose is always in chocolates that we are using. So, for instance, if you're going to take just one inverted sugar in your ganache, so it will make your product way too sweet, because inverted sugar has a very high sweetness index, and I'm going to talk about it just in a second. So let's talk about every sugar. Sucrose, well, you all know what it is. It is already in our chocolate. We don't use it as additional sugar because of its ability to crystallize. So we don't want, like sometimes when your jam was standing in the fridge for a long time, it became like a small crystal. So we don't want that in our ganache, of course. So that's why we are not using any additional sucrose except the ones that we already have in the chocolate. Glucose syrup. I'm gonna just be showing sugars. Glucose syrup, very, very basic. Glucose syrup has can have a very different sweetness from 40 to 70. It depends on dextrose equivalent to it. Usually in chocolates you're using glucose with 45 dextrose equivalent. Well, you can ask what's the DA number from your pastry stores that you are buying glucose from. They should be able to give you this information. So what is the main qualities of glucose syrup? Of course, it reduces active water content because it binds with the water. It has a very low sweetness index. I think it is, glucose, very low sweetness index. Glucose also prevents crystallization of the sucrose that we already have in our chocolate. That's why glucose we have in every single recipe. If you will look through my recipes, the glucose is in every single one of them, because it will prevent crystallization and it's very low on its sweetness. It means that we can use it with any kind of chocolate, with any kind of filling. Glucose, well, all the sugars will make your ganache softer. Glucose will make your ganache more elastic. And of course, glucose also has an ability to retain a moisture that will prevent your ganache of drying out while you're storing it. Yes, this is glucose. Next one is inverted sugar. Inverted sugar goes as a liquid, so like a syrup. Yes. Inverted sugar is sucrose inverted by enzyme invertase, and so becomes a mix of glucose and fructose, approximately 50-50 ratio. Inverted sugar has a very great ability to retain moisture, so that's why it will prevent ganache from drying out, and that's why it's particularly good to use it with dark chocolate ganache and milk chocolate ganache, because dark chocolate ganache and milk chocolate has a tendency of drying out with the time. So invert sugar will help them to retain this moisture inside for a long period of time. You cannot use invert sugar with a white chocolate ganache because it has a very high sweetness index. It's 130. I forgot to say, of course, maybe you read it already, but 100% is sucrose. It's 100% sweetness index. So invert sugar has 130, which is like way more than sucrose. So it's very, very sweet. So you cannot use it with white sugar ganache. Yeah, so also excessive use of invert sugar will make the ganache sticky and way too soft. Invert sugar is definitely recommended for dark chocolate ganache. Always use it there, and also for milk chocolate. It's more optional, but it's also recommended. Dextrose is in a form of powder. It has a very small, I don't know if you can see it, it has a very small particles. And dextrose has a very low sweetness index, which is 70. It is great in reducing active water. It doesn't have a very high ability of retaining the moisture, but it's great in active water reducing. So definitely you can use it with any kind of chocolate because it is low in sweetness and it's great with active water reducing. So, but particularly good it is with any kind of fruit ganache because dextrose has it enhances the taste of any fruit puree that you are using. Fruit puree is going to use brighter and it will help fruity taste to stand out. Next one is sorbitol, and sorbitol is sugar alcohol, what it calls. So it's not technically a sugar. So it's not related to fructose or sucrose, but it is occurring naturally in many fruits and can be found in grapes, pears, and many other fruits. There is some people saying that it's better to avoid using sorbitol because like an E number, but it's natural, and any kind of additives that you're using, they all have E number, even though they're natural. Even sugar has an E number. So there is no worries about danger of using. One thing that don't add too much of sorbitol to your chocolates because excessive amounts of sorbitol can have laxative effects. So it's recommended to use 3-5% of a whole amount of your ganache. Then you can use the sorbitol. And sorbitol is the best in reducing active water. Because that's why I have it in every single recipe. Because with sorbitol, your shelf life is becoming longer. If you will exclude sorbitol from recipes that we are doing today, your shelf life is going to become shorter. It's just the way it is. Sorbitol has a very low sweetness index.
So it means that you can use it with a white chocolate, with any other chocolate, without being afraid that it will affect overall sweetness. So sorbitol is definitely a great thing to use, and I definitely recommend it. Next thing with, as I already mentioned before, next thing will be introducing active water that is going to be even more strong than sorbitol, is glycerin. Yeah, glycerin, but I don't use glycerin, or at least for now. But glycerin is also way to go. It just maybe sounds a bit scary, but in reality, it's just you also need to not add too much. So about the amounts, 3-5% is for sorbitol, and 7% of the total amount is for every other sugar. So how do you choose sugars? Like, for instance, you want to make a ganache with apricot, for instance, with apricot, and he knows that you are doing it with dark chocolate. So it means we're adding glucose all the time, we're adding sorbitol all the time. So it means that you need to choose between dextrose and invert sugar. And invert sugar, you know that you are usually using with a dark chocolate, so you're adding invert sugar, but you also have an apricot, so that's why you can also use a dextrose. If you're doing like white chocolate ganache with apricot, you're adding glucose, you're adding sorbitol, and then you're choosing between invert sugar and dextrose, and you cannot use invert sugar with a white chocolate, so you're using dextrose. So it's very simple to figure out which sugars to use, and you have this comparison. So you can always decide what is the best. What do I want with my chocolate? I want more sweetness, or I want active water reduction. And okay, I want more sweetness. I need to go for invert sugar, but I need to understand that invert sugar has a very low active water reduction. So you need to understand, okay, I have invert sugar, it's sweet, but I need something to fight with my active water, so I need to go for sorbitol. So yeah, this is how you use sugars. And let me read what questions do we have. I had honey. Which sugar type will go best mixture with the honey to prevent the crystallization? Well, honey is equivalent of, honey is the same as invert sugar. So invert sugar is something that is made by a manufacturer, so it is already stable. Honey is something that it's not so stable, so you just if you're using honey, you're just using it basically instead of invert sugar. Does it mean we should try to avoid using? No, as I just said, there is absolutely no reason to avoid using sorbitol. If you want your chocolates to have a good shelf life, you need to use sorbitol. Sorbitol gives a nice fresh taste to your chocolates. It's nothing bad about it, like at all. It's a naturally occurring, so you don't need to be afraid of it. It's a very good thing. Can you avoid the sorbitol in your recipes? Okay, just as I said, there is no reason to avoid sorbitol. If you want to avoid it, you need to understand that you need to replace it with other sugars, and your shelf life will be much lower. What about adding some form of alcohol to your ganache? I have been told it adds to the shelf life and adds a deepness to a taste, but will also extra water to it as well. What do you think? Definitely adding some alcohol will bring extra to your shelf life. Indeed, it will bring extra water, so you need to calculate in your recipes that if you're adding alcohol, that you need to replace some of the liquids that you already have. It will help with the shelf life,
but also alcohol has a tendency of making your ganache softer, and alcohol will also eat through your chocolate with the time. So any chocolate that contains alcohol, shells will become softer with the time. Ganache will become softer with the time. So you can definitely add alcohol, and yeah, Rachel, like 7% of your amount of your recipe, you can add alcohol. Yeah, but I would do it mostly for taste enhancing, to add some liquor, like Kahlua liquors that we were adding today, or Malibu liquor, or Cointreau, or something that have very distinct taste, to bring more to the taste. But shelf life, I don't think is a good idea. 7% will be total of the sugars. No, 7% total of the sugars, it's 35-37%, depending on chocolate. Each sugar is like, okay, glucose, invert sugar, dextrose, it's up to 7%. Sorbitol is 3 to 5%. Have you used sugar called trehalose? What is the advantage? No, I didn't even heard of it. I don't know. Maybe you can tell me what it is. Okay, placement of the layers we already talked about, and jello or reduction is placed on top of your chocolate because it gives this taste bomb when you bite on it, and it's usually layers that is has a more taste to it, and then in the middle you use ganache, and the last layer were layers that you will be capping on. It's usually some crunchy layer cookies or gianduja, because 2 reasons, as already talked about. 2 reasons. First, it's easier for capping. Second, it gives correct feelings when you're biting on the chocolate. I'm just slowly warming up a chocolate. I have a question. Okay, that's already answered. Okay, let's go to flavor pairings. Are you going to email us the recording of the class? Yeah, I'm going to email you Monday, Tuesday a recording of the class. Flavor pairings. Okay, so we tried 2 things today. One thing, we tried to enhance the taste of one main ingredient by using different textures. Raspberry, coffee, almond. So in raspberry, we have raspberry both in marshmallow and dark chocolate. And of course, raspberry has a very light, fluffy texture. It has a nice, sweet raspberry taste. Dark chocolate ganache has more sour taste to it. So by combining those 2, we give raspberry in one chocolate, but in 2 different conditions, which is like always surprising and nice. In coffee, we used reduction to have this very bright coffee smell. So you coffee taste. So you cannot you cannot be mistaken what taste it is. It is definitely a coffee. And almond, well, our almond ganache has a very nice deep taste to it. By adding crunchy layer to it, we add something usual and interesting. Because when you're biting on it, you're first biting kind of softish ganache, and then you end up in the bottom of your chocolate with some crunch, which is like super interesting. It's like, oh my God, it complements the chocolate a lot, and it gives more to it. And of course, the crunchy layer, because there is almond praline, will give a different experience of almond to you. So it's gonna be different aftertaste to it. Also, we tried today to pair 2 flavors. We paired lime and basil. Yeah, and what else? Yes. So we tried lime and basil, and of course cherry and dark chocolate, and
of course, as I just talked, we have first we have a jello. So you have lime taste, for instance, or cherry taste, and it's bright taste. And then you continue eating chocolate, and then you are getting to ganache, and it is much more smooth, and it has a different taste that complements the first taste. So you're having two different experiences in one bite. You're starting with one taste, and you're ending with aftertaste another product. But it's very important when you're combining two tastes, so they will complement each other. I have sent you a link. Let's talk about flavor pairings. I have sent you a link with how to research flavor profile of your chocolate. And it's Callebaut has Chocolizer instrument to it, but we were using Cacao Barry, and I suggested to use Cacao Barry for fillings. And Cacao Barry has this, I have sent you a link, an instrument how you can research your taste profile. And I'm gonna just try to click on it. All right. It's going, not going very well. Okay. Okay, so here I have Tanzania chocolate, the one that we were using. And I don't know if you already clicked on the link or not, but when you click on a link, you can see that you can see flavor profile of this chocolate. And you can also see there is a profile how it will, what tastes will pair with it. So we have here like violet water, blackberries, blackcurrant, red apple, and then you need you can understand that your chocolates will work best with those tastes. Like here we have cherries, we have raspberries. It's what we were using today. So of course every time when you're using chocolate, you need to try how it goes with other tastes, but there is also an option to make sure that that it works just simply by researching it online or by instrument provided by chocolate producers. And then I also send you fruit flavor chat. So let's it is examples how you what you can combine tastes with. Like for instance, let's take an apple. Let's take some examples from apple. So I want to do something with the apple. So what I can do first, I can do just a strong apple taste in chocolate using one flavor. I can make apple jello and I can make apple ganache, and I will have apples in two different variations in my chocolate, which will be interesting. But I want to pair it with something. So what do we have? We have fruits: apricot, cherry, cranberry, currant, lychee, mango, orange, pumpkin. It means that we can do, for instance, two ganaches with two different fruits, or we can do apple jello and, for instance, orange ganache. Or then we are looking at herbs and spices, all spices: cardamom, cinnamon, ginger, rosemary, star anise. So I can do, for instance, apple jello and ganache with cinnamon. Or I can do apple ganache and, for instance, crunchy layer with cinnamon or star anise. Also, we have nuts, so it means that I can do apple ganache, and then add the crunchy layer with almond, chestnut, pecan, or walnut. Spirits, you can complement your taste by using different spirits. And caramel. Caramel, you can do caramel and then apple ganache, for instance. So it's just one example how you can use this fruit flavor pairing chat. Let me just stir chocolate. And we are going to be I'm gonna look at your questions. Okay. When I need to use creamy cocoa butter, what do you? I don't know what you mean. What does it mean, creamy cocoa butter? Can you please rephrase it somehow? So sorry, I just don't understand the question. Yeah, so we don't have any questions about fruit flavor pairings or everything is understand. So information about fruit pairings. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. So everyone left or everyone understands everything? Okay, I'm warming up my chocolate. Okay, now I'm going to be just tempering chocolate because we need to cap our chocolates, our bonbons. So if you're not interested, you can yeah take a small break. I think it's gonna take 10 minutes, and in the last thing we're just gonna cut our chocolates and see what's happening inside, but we also need to understand that what is inside the chocolates right now, it doesn't reflect how they're gonna look like if they're gonna have a normal stabilization period like 12 hours. So they're gonna be not as stable as they should be. Can we use the same jello recipe and just replace with a different fruit puree? Well, the ones that we used for a cherry, yes. The ones that we used for lime, you can, for instance, replace lime with lemon or maybe even orange or yuzu or something like that. And the one for cherries, yeah, definitely you can replace it with another type of fruits. Oh, oh, thank you, Carmen. Okay, thank you for kind words. I'm really happy to hear that you like it. Yeah, go have a nice day, and thank you for joining me today. Thank you very much. Where can we find a complete lesson about AV and all the details to equilibrate a recipe? I don't know, maybe you can find it somewhere in internet, but in this class today, I wasn't meant to talk about ganache formulation and things like that. So yeah, I think today I really wanted just to talk about how sugars affect active water and what type of sugars do you need to use, but active water has a lot to do with ganache formulation, and and it's gonna be a separate class because we already almost 4 hours today and talking about
ganache formulation. It's gonna take a very, very long time. This is what you're asking me about. Yeah, he has a very good oh God, how says formulation of the ganache and good proportions for ganache formulation. So yeah, definitely. In yeah, well, it will be nice to meet you next year in Paris. Yeah, I'm hoping that the situation will allow me to go there to make this class, this workshop. Well, thank you for watching, and yeah, it's a very good suggestion with Chocolate Book by Ramon Marato. It's very good. So I think you should read up on it. It's a really excellent suggestion. Do you recommend Pranava Band by Mr. Dubovic? I haven't read Andrei's book. I have watched his Pralinarium course, and well, I mean, Andrei's an expert, so I of course I have nothing against it. I'm not sure what book contains, but his class, his course was really nice. There is almost nothing about feelings. At least the ones that I was watching, it was years ago. It didn't have like just a couple of recipes. Yeah, not very up to date right now because he was using sucrose. I don't know. But skill wise, of course, he's definitely worth looking at and learning from him, definitely. So meanwhile, I'm already getting ready to get my basil and lime bonbons. Yeah, I have also other friends interested in your masterclass in Paris. Oh, very nice, thank you. Yeah, I really hope that it's gonna happen. It will be really excellent. I have to run now. Oh, thank you, Jonas, very much for your kind words. Thank you very much. Oh, guys, is anyone interested in me capping the chocolates? Just yeah, a lot of people are leaving, so just tell me if anyone is interested to see cuts, or we should just. Okay, I thought we should just stop. Okay, then we will cap it. Okay, good. I have to have this book. Very interesting to know how to temper cocoa butter. Chocolate lessons, especially about design, not a lot of feelings. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. His technique on tempering cocoa butter and using spray gun and cocoa butter is definitely something that you want to learn. Yeah. but about the fillings, not a lot. All right. I have white chocolate here, and I have here our ganache, and yeah, we will just start. Yeah, and I know at this point I'm usually asked why I'm not warming up mold with a hair dryer. I never do that, and I have no problems with capping. It's always stick to rest of the chocolate, never falls off. So I never do it. Only difficulty, oh God. Only difficulty right now that mold is from a fridge, so chocolate is setting very, very quickly. Of course, usually it's not from a fridge. Okay, guys, we have 4 hours now, and it won't be long, I promise you. We are gonna wrap up very, very quickly. Done. Next one. Next one is milk chocolate. Spatula. 50. Milk chocolate we used for creating the shells for almond and for coffee. Well, I actually used to do all the shells from a dark chocolate. Then received some feedback that it will be nice to have a different chocolate as a shell, and that's why I decided, okay, I'm gonna try it out. Of course, it's not the same. It's the same type of chocolate, but of course, it's not the same chocolate we are using, because for
For ganache, we use cacao Paris, and we cannot use it for shells. That's why we are using Halibut here. But nevertheless, it's still milk. Okay, it's already 32. Let's start with milk. Bedtime. Okay, thank you very much, you guys. Yeah, it misses 3 bonbons on my mold. I took them, I have them actually here because I didn't have enough of filling to put in those. So, so we have something is missing. Okay. One, two, done. Next. Okay, once again, these were taken out. It was not enough of filling. And last one. Okay. And we have dark chocolate to temper, and it's the ones that we used for raspberry and cherry and dark chocolate. So let me see what we have here. Forty 42. Yeah, I'm looking forward. Thank you. I'm looking forward, Nia, to see on your basic bonbon class. I think it's gonna be. I'm sure it's gonna be a lot of fun and different type of class. Bad time for me. Okay. Thank you, Adam, for your feedback. I'm happy that it was informative for you, and yeah, get some rest. What's the difference between cap with or without guitar sheet? Well, it's very simple. Without guitar sheet, your bottom of your chocolate will be matte, and when you're using guitar sheet, it will be glossy and shiny. Yeah, I use both method. What I don't like about the guitar sheet is then you have chocolate all over your mold. That I definitely don't like, but I like when they're glossy on the bottom. Yeah, but today I don't want to do it because I don't want to take too much of your time. So we are doing the simplest way possible. Oh, thank you very much. Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right. Okay, what do we have? Temperature-wise, 30. We need a bit more. I think it's gonna be enough. Okay. One more thing that I wanted to tell you about our ganache. So when your ganache is crystallized, when 12 hours has passed, It will be, of course, you can touch it with the finger. It will be, of course, stiff. It will be matte, and it won't, yeah, it won't be sticking to your finger. So when the ganache is just being matte, sitting nicely inside the cavity, then you can be sure that it's ready to be covered. Okay, and we have the last one. The last. Oh, thank you very much. I'm also happy that you took this class with me. Yeah. Well, honestly, I like teaching a lot. Yeah, it's it's very nice, and I know that I'm surrounded by people who are as much interested in the subject as me. And I think we can, during the class, we can always exchange some ideas, and we can discuss some things. And well, chocolate, chocolate is kind of simple thing, but there are so many different opinions and so many different techniques. That I love that during the class we can always exchange something. Okay, not very elegant, but serves its purpose. Okay, done. And now the very last part is cutting of our chocolates. So cut them and see what we have. But once again, when you're gonna do them according to the rules, and they're gonna crystallize for 12 hours, and a cut is gonna look different. It's gonna be more stable, more stiff in its structure. But for today, we're gonna do as we have. Wait until, yeah. Well, I hope we will unmold them now. Chocolate connects people. Yeah, indeed. Well, we have so many people connected today through the chocolate. So okay. First goes the basil. I'm gonna have all of them, and then we're gonna do cuts. And next one will be, next one will be almond. We have one more basil stem sitting here. Next we are gonna have raspberry. And coffee. And of course we have cherry. Cherry is the messiest one. Okay, I'm starting to to smash chocolate. It's not a good sign. Okay. Okay, guys. So first goes raspberry. Broken. Then we have almond. Now we have coffee. You can see this coffee reduction is on top and it's start to drip now. And what else? Basil, of course. So we have drop of lemon of lime ganache. Yes, and what else? Cherry. Yeah, cherry is broken a little bit. So as you can see, white ganache needs a lot of time to crystallize. So now it's even dripping out, which of course after 12 hours it won't be happening. Yes, is it possible to get the name of your two thermometers mold for the raspberry? My thermometers, honestly, I have it for such a long time that I don't even remember. It doesn't say anything on it, and well, I honestly don't remember what was it. Infrared thermometer, it calls Rawlink. It's super basic stuff from a hardware store, so you can just get it. And the numbers for bonbon for raspberry. 1350 is for raspberry. 1350. Yes, you're welcome. I make some chocolates today. Okay, sounds great. Looking forward to see results. And that's it for today. And thank you everyone who stayed long enough to see the end and the cuttings. Yeah, our raspberries, our basil is completely went out today. But yeah, raspberry is nice. Basil needs more time. Yeah, almond is nice. So yeah. Thank you. Oh, Pete, thank you very much as well. Thank you. What company you buy the most? Chocolate World. Only Chocolate World. Yes, thank you very much. I'm really happy that yeah, you stayed all through the class and then you participate today and yeah, spent all this time with us. Couldn't stay for the whole class, waiting for the recording and watch again. Okay, great. I will provide recordings to everyone. Oh, thank you very much. I'm really happy that you like the class, and yeah, we'll be happy to see you next time. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Christina. Mm. My accent. Oh, thank you. My accent is my not my strongest part. Great class. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so if we don't have anything else to discuss, then I'm gonna stop our class. And yeah, in case of questions, write me. And when you're gonna make your chocolates, send me pictures. I would love to see the result. Have a great day. Bye, chocolate. Bye. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. You were amazing. Thank you very much. And yeah, see you later.